sharing. So probably that's the reason I couldn't share. Yeah, I couldn't share the screen because it is disabled.
You can try it now, please.
Okay. Let me try again. Yeah, now it's okay. Yeah. So I think my slide is there. This is where we left off just now. So as I mentioned before, if we perform an experiment for like common salt, just like sodium chloride or potassium chloride, let's say at around temperatures of 800 degrees C for sodium chloride, or about 770 degrees C, if I'm not mistaken, for potassium chloride, this salt can be considered as the molten salt. And to turn the table salt into a liquid form at room temperature, we would need to dissolve them in the water, right? But this makes table salt into ion solution, but not ionic liquid. While ionic liquids are liquid at more moderate temperature without needing to be dissolved in another solvent like water or other organic solvent. So what makes ionic liquids different? It is actually comes down to the structure of the cations and anions. So traditional salt have relatively small cations and anions, which means that they can pack together in a very structured and ordered manner. So their small size also means that they have strong interaction with each other. And if we consider again the table salt, for example, sodium chloride made of sodium ion and chloride ions, they can form this a very nice lattice shape as shown in this picture. Okay, this tight packing of the ions means that this configuration is very favorable energetically. And to disrupt this structure, we would require a lot of energy. And while there are definitely many more factors at play, this is one of the main reasons why traditional salt have such high melting points. And we need to add a lot of energy to the system to make ions want to break the bonding or want to leave the lattice position. So on the other hand, ionic liquids on the right-hand side here are made up by very oddly shaped ions. In many of the ionic liquids used in the research, the cations, usually large, and the anion can range from small ions like chloride ion to larger one like bis triflates. And these large and irregular ions make forming a lattice structure very difficult. So perhaps we can imagine try to arrange marbles, kelereng, okay, into a container. So we will see the marbles take on a regular repeating structure. But if we try to do the same thing, let's say with rubber ducky toys on various sizes, so no matter how we try, we won't be getting any nice repeating structure like with marbles. So this less optimal packing is the reason why ionic liquids are liquid at moderate room temperature. So without the tight lattice in place, basically, we need to add less energy to the system via heat to make the ionic liquid flow. In fact, there are some of ionic liquids that remain liquid even below the freezing temperature of the water. Okay, moving on. Ionic liquids have such a wide range of properties that can be tuned to fit different application, ranging from biological to electrochemical to catalytic research. So there are, however, a few characteristics that many, if not all, ionic liquids share, and they are what makes ionic liquids such an attractive compounds to be researched nowadays. So, as I mentioned before, ionic liquids have comparatively low melting temperatures. Those that remain liquid or below room temperature, commonly referred to as room temperature ionic liquids. So this property then lend itself to many synthesis application. So these are just some very unique properties of ionic liquid. For example, it has negligible vapor pressure and also high thermal stability. It is considered a majority of them to be non-flammable, and it has large electrochemical windows. That's why they have a wide range application in electrochemistry. And then their hydrophobic and hydrophilic behavior also depends on their composition. That's why, as I mentioned before, they can be easily fine-tuned, depends on the combination of cation and anion that we decide to synthesize. So combined with the fact that they generally have very low vapor pressure, which means that ionic liquids are very unlikely to evaporate and are not flammable, ionic liquid make very enticing candidates to be used as a greener solvent to replace the conventional organic solvents. Because as we know, traditional organic solvent often give off volatile organic compounds as they are being used, which can be harmful to the environment, as well as those who work near the reactors, for example. Even more, the process in using organic solvents tend to be expensive in many cases, in many synthesis process. Why? This is because some of the reactants or products can remain in the organic solvent, and since removal is often difficult, new solvent is needed to replace the old or unusable batch. On the other hand, ionic liquids can make the separation process easier and less wasteful. Okay, so while the uses of ionic liquids are almost too many to list, I believe you can also check with various references. Okay, so many of the popular applications are in the field of separation process, battery electrolyte development, and also electrocatalysis. The properties of ionic liquid can be used in separating chemicals from one another. For example, ionic liquids are pretty good at solubilizing CO2. And since they do not release volatile organic compounds, it is very feasible idea actually to, in the case of chemical engineering processes, we can actually pass the syngas through an ionic liquid to remove common impurities like carbon dioxide. While in the field of battery electrolyte development, lots of effort being put towards developing electrolyte to increase device performance. So this is actually one of the topics that I start to do from last year to now. One of my PhD students is actually looking into the development of ionic liquids for energy storage device by using polymer-based ionic liquids. Yeah, so it is hot topic among electrochemists, especially as energy storage and sustainability are becoming more and more important issues. And yesterday, I followed the keynote speaker by Chris Rayner about the carbon dioxide capture and sequestration. So similarly, ionic liquid has been studied in the field of CO2 reduction. for example, to sequester CO2 and to reduce the level of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. Yeah, so basically there are lots of a wide range of application of ionic liquids. So moving on, both chemical and physical properties of ionic liquids can be fine-tuned through proper choice of cation and anion, so effectively making them designer solvents. So this term designer, because we can actually play around with the available cation and anion to synthesize ionic liquids. That's why it is estimated that up to 10 to the power of 18 of ionic liquids can be synthesized from the huge selection of cation and anion available, which we can choose independently. So for example, the choice of cation involves the choice of type, such as the common available cation like imidazolium, phosphonium, or guadinium. So this commercially available, many of ionic liquid have been synthesized by using these cations. And each of these cation type itself can be modified further by changing their side chain lengths, functional groups, and so on. So the properties of the resulting ionic liquids, that's why, are very diverse and can be tailored to given application. So for this reason, ionic liquids have been intensively researched for the last 2 or 3 decades as greener alternative to conventional organic solvent. Okay. So as with all ongoing research, okay, just give me a moment. Okay, but I don't know if my screen is shared now.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, because I'm not too sure I received the message to move the screen sharing. So it's okay, right?
Yeah, now it's being shared, so we can see it.
Okay, so yeah, this is the trouble with doing things virtual, even during my teaching. Also, sometimes we have lots of technical issues right there. So I hope you are patient with me, okay? If sometimes a technical issue happens, and sometimes I just need to stop the sharing. Okay, so I'll continue from this slide. Okay, so as with all the ongoing research, of course, there are many challenges to using ionic liquids. For one, the underlying mechanism and explanation of why they behave the way they do are pretty much unclear. So in my case, for example, we are working toward understand why ionic liquids deviate so much from classical understanding of liquids when we use them to break the azeotrope mixtures. Also, in some recent articles have tried to look into why different compounds diffuse through ionic liquids in manners that are not well described using conventional theories. A second challenge, it would be on industrial level. The cost of ionic liquid synthesis is currently still too high for implementation in the production of consumer goods and chemicals. Besides, the environmental impact of many ionic liquids is higher than expected when their entire life cycle is taken into account. The reason being, most commercial ionic liquids are synthesis from petroleum-derived building blocks. And at the same time, ionic liquids have undesirable properties such as high viscosity or low biodegradability. So talking about the cost of ionic liquids, I have experienced this a lot actually. In some occasion, we really need to purchase commercial ionic liquids, and the price that the supplier quoted to us is really high. So about a few months ago, 100 ml of one of the ionic liquids that we would like to use in our lab, they quoted us like about 4,000 ringgit. So if you want to convert that to rupiah, I think it's about, you need to multiply 4,000 to 3,300 rupiah, probably, okay? So you can imagine the cost of 100 ml of commercial ionic liquid will be that much. That's why to reduce or to avoid this issue, what we try to do is actually try to synthesize our own ionic liquids by using the simplest neutralization process that we can find or that we can work towards with. Okay, so yeah, so until now, the cost is still quite expensive. One of the most famous supplier, Sigma Aldrich, okay, so they tend to quote higher. And also recently, if we compare or if we purchase to one of the direct supplier of one of the company in German, okay, so it's IC3E, they actually specialize in supplying only ionic liquid, so the cost can actually much reduce to about 1/3 of the other suppliers. So sometimes we just try to have a like win-win solution, whether to procure the ionic liquid through the supplier, or if possible, we try to synthesize by ourselves. So interestingly, okay, based on the recent data, the toxicity of ionic liquid is also becoming hot issue because many or more and more research doing ionic liquids. And this research driving the search for new environmentally friendly alternative, okay? For now, it is commonly accepted that label green solvents does not apply to all ionic liquids in all situations. Yet, a wide range of ionic liquids actually provide either better yield or lower toxicities than conventional processes. With that being said, so this large synthetic flexibility in terms of possible anion-cation combination, however, comes at the price of making it difficult to find the best ionic liquid for a given application. So practical implementation that I would suggest, basically, we must aim to exploit the advantages and overcome the issues. And the challenges, also part of the reason why ionic liquid studies are so exciting, by applying various characterization techniques like Raman or infrared spectroscopies, scanning electron microscopy, electrochemical characterization like potentiostat, and maybe computational tools like molecular dynamic simulations and density functional theory, we can really work systematically to answer the mysteries behind ionic liquids. And along the way, we can hopefully share our findings and encourage others to consider their use and application. Okay, so apologies again. The share just stopped. Let me try again. I believe it's already up there, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, so due to the great demands for green and clean technologies by industries, ionic liquids have gained increased popularity, and the non-volatility, non-flammability, and high thermal stability of ionic liquids minimize the risk to the process safety and to the environment. So additionally, ionic liquids are known as the designer solvent, owing to their tunable physicochemical properties by the manipulation of the cation and anion combination. So this promising result basically promote the development of new groups of ionic liquid with attractive properties. That's why ionic liquids can be considered as the solvents for the future. Okay, so moving on, the discovery of ionic liquid could act as an entrainer or separation agent to break azeotrope mixture to give improved separation by distillation, provided another possibility for their use. So this is the basis of the research study, number one, that I would like to share with you all. And it is currently ongoing research, which is funded by the Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia under Fundamental Research Grant Scheme, or FRGS. So this application basically combines the ability of ionic liquids to interact more strongly with some compounds rather than others to favor the separation with their non-volatility so that they do not contaminate distillates. So these advantages have also led ionic liquids being applied for other separation of volatile organic compounds. While in the second research that I would like to share, basically we aim to synthesize a new class of ionic liquid, so-called good buffer ionic liquids. And from the name itself, you could guess that this ionic liquid were derived from good buffer, okay, from good buffer selection. And then we also develop some of methods to apply these good buffer ionic liquids for various applications. Initially, we aim to use this good buffer ionic liquids to separate the azeotrope mixture as well. But because we found out that the result of the ionic liquids have very high viscosity, that's why it will affect the mass transfer to the solvents that we use as an entrainer. So we try to think about other alternatives to use these good buffer ionic liquids. That's why we decided to use it in biotechnological applications, such as separating or purifying protein and enzyme. So this I will discuss or I will share in the second study momentarily. Okay, so talking about azeotrope mixture, one of the example basically is ethanol and water system, okay, at 95.63% and 4.37 water by weight. So ethanol, we know, boils at about 78.4 degrees C, while water at 100 degrees C. But the azeotrope boils, interestingly, at around 350 to 700.2 degrees C, which is lower than either its constituent, lower than the boiling point of ethanol and lower than the boiling point of water. So indeed, 78.2 degrees C is the minimum temperature at which any ethanol water solution can boil at atmospheric pressure. So in chemical engineering lab, we have this distillation experiment where we carry out with the boiling, condensing, reboiling process of the mixture. Okay, various mixture, we ask the student to do or to separate a various binary mixture, just like ethanol and water. And for this example of ethanol and water, we will eventually end up with a vapor with composition of 95.6% of ethanol. So if we condense this, we obviously get liquid with maximum 95% of ethanol. What happens if we reboil that liquid? So the liquid curve and vapor curve, as we can see from this phase diagram, meet at the point called azeotrope point. So the vapor produced will have the same composition of 95.6% ethanol. So if we condense it again, it will still have the same composition. We say we have hit a barrier here. So we cannot further separate ethanol from water beyond this composition by simple distillation method. So this kind of mixture, like ethanol and water, that forms azeotrope mixture is very common in many chemical processes. For example, the growing popularity of biofuel processes typically produce fermented products that form azeotropes with water is very abundant in fermenter. So among those products, ethanol is one of the most important examples due to its excellent properties as alternative fuel, and compounds like butanol also form azeotrope mixture. So that's why this kind of research, breaking the azeotrope mixture, is very interesting to be studied, because at some points, we cannot move beyond this azeotrope mixture to obtain higher purity of certain components that we want to have in the distillation process. And the most common method of breaking this azeotrope mixture involves the addition of material separation agent that has the ability to change the molecular interactions between the components of the azeotropes. So we call this third component as entrainer. So this addition of entrainer tend to alter the activity of the activity coefficient of the components in the azeotrope mixture, thereby changing the relative volatility. And in some point, okay, they will help to open up this phase envelope. And that's why we can, moving forward, to obtain higher purity of desirable components in the separation process like distillation. Okay, so this figure clearly shows the addition of ionic liquid, in this case, HMIM-Cl, 1-hexyl-3-methyl imidazolium chloride. So as we can see here, there is kind of inversion behavior. If we look at the mole fraction around 40%. And of course, there are opening in the phase envelope here around the azeotrope point, because we add the HMIM-Cl as the third component or the entrainer to the mixture. So these results highlight the feasibility of using ionic liquid as entrainer for the separation of this famous mixture, ethanol and water. And most of ionic liquids that have been studied actually show salting out effect at certain concentration. That's why enhance the relative volatility of the alcohol and even eliminating the azeotrope phenomena of at specific ionic liquid contents in the mixture. And talking about my teaching at University of Nottingham, Malaysia, I'm currently the module convener of chemical and phase equilibria. I think Dr. Wirawan has introduced me earlier, that he knows me better working in applied thermodynamics. Yes, that's right. Okay, so my master and PhD thesis basically focus on the phase equilibrium measurement of complex fluids. So I work with the VLE, LLE, vapor liquid equilibrium, liquid equilibrium, and also doing molecular dynamic simulation to study the structure property relationship on this complex fluid. So in this module that I mentioned before, chemical and phase equilibria, in Indonesia, I think it is equivalent to thermodynamics 2, which is taught in S1 Teknik Kimia in Indonesia. So I often use this Dortmund database to show my students the list of common azeotrope mixture that have been tested or studied and the published data that are available. Of course, apart from Google Scholar that we can easily access anytime we would like to check what are happening with the research field that we are interested with. Yeah, so this database consists of a wide selection of azeotropic data, VLE, LLE, and also other thermophysical properties data. Okay, so just for your information, if you are interested to check deeper into variation of azeotrope mixture that have been studied so far. And this figure basically maps the large number of publications already available on the subject, showing the distinct azeotrope studied with different anion and cation combination as separating agent or entrainer. So it is important to highlight the fact that most of the studies, so I would say approximately 75% up to this year. Okay, this year, it is quite old paper actually, is about 10 years ago. So when we say 10 years is rather old paper. So maybe now the data is changed, but I could not find the equivalent reference so far. So approximately 75% of the data that are quoted here were performed by using amine-based ionic liquids or 1-alkyl-3-methyl imidazolium-based ionic liquid. Okay, so the use of ionic liquids as entrainer in separation technology is promising. And I know that several patents already protected and its application as entrainer in extractive or azeotropic distillation. So these are the setup for the apparatus that we are currently used to investigate the breaking of azeotrope with the introduction of ionic liquids. The apparatus is actually quite simple, and I have seen, I think Chris, during his talk yesterday about carbon dioxide capture and sequestration, he also shows similar apparatus actually to measure the VLE of carbon dioxide. So more or less, the setup would be quite the same. And interestingly, this one is actually done at atmospheric pressure, because if we use the apparatus at the high pressure condition, the setup would be different. Okay, so for now, from the grant that we have, we set up the VLE measurement by using this modified Othmer type ebuliometer. So I think this maybe some of you that works in chemistry lab or chemical engineering lab, probably you have already used or familiar with this kind of ebuliometer. Okay, so for us, this still entirely constructed from borosilicate from the glass, okay? And it is actually equipped with jacketed heater that we don't show here to provide the heating. And then you see here the top of the vapor line leading to a condenser, which is connected to a refrigerated bus circulator to keep the temperature to be constant during the experiment. And then the condensed vapor will be recycled, okay, will be recycled into the equilibrium chamber to be mixed with the liquid phase by a condensed loop. Okay, sorry, I need to catch up with my breath again. Okay, it's rather cramped here. Apologies for that. Okay, the experiment was carried out under isobaric condition at atmospheric pressure. Okay, while for liquid-liquid equilibrium measurement, the installation for measuring LLE was done or is done by conducting cloud point method by using the glass cell, which is equipped with thermometer, microburette, stirrer, and also thermostatic bath to maintain temperature during the experiment. For this research, unfortunately, the results are currently under review, so I won't be able to share the data that we have collected so far, but we have seen promising results and the breaking of azeotrope in the experiment for various azeotrope mixture. And also recently we aim to use so-called bio-based ionic liquids, as I mentioned before, in order to reduce the cost, and we attempt to apply or use them for separating agent of the azeotrope mixture. Okay, so moving on to the second research that I would like to share with you all. So basically, this on the good buffer ionic liquids and their application. So in this second study, which also funded by MOHI Malaysia, we aim to synthesize a new class of ionic liquid derived from the good buffer. Okay, the use of buffers like ionic liquids in ionic liquid-based aqueous biphasic system or ABS, we found that it offers additional advantages compared to just traditional buffers, namely the possibility of controlling the salt in precipitation or crystallization, since most of ionic liquids present low melting temperature and they exist at liquid state at room temperature. And more importantly, they are miscible with water in the entire range of composition. So this basically, this figure showed the research overview of this project, which in general can be classified into 3 steps, okay, or 3 parts. So first we synthesize good buffer of ionic liquids, and then we'll evaluate their physical chemical properties such as density, viscosity, refractive index, and their thermal properties to ensure their suitability for further separation process. And then we, as I think some of you who have followed up with my talk previously, I mentioned this good buffer ionic liquids. It's rather what you say, unexpected result we face, because initially we aim to use them as an entrainer as well, but then majority of the ionic liquids that we synthesize give us high viscosity. That's why it's not really suitable as entrainer because of mass transfer properties problem later on. That's why we switch the project. Okay, that's the challenge. So we utilize them for different applications. So in this case, for bioseparation process, just like extraction using ABS, and also extraction with the aid of ultrasonic extraction method. Okay, so part 1 for the good buffer ionic liquids, basically about synthesis and characterization of the resulting ionic liquids. So in this work, we attempted to synthesize 4 buffers, okay, for goods buffer as anion, okay, while the cation basically derived from the common cations that famous in the ion synthesis of ionic liquids. So there are MOPSO, TAPSO, PES, CAPSO. So I'm not too sure if, I think chemists usually, they work a lot with buffer, right? So hopefully some of you have seen this before in the lab, this kind of goods buffer. And then we use 3 different tetrabutylammonium, tetrabutylphosphonium, and collinium ion, okay, as the combination of the, as the cations here. So the resulting ionic liquids will be or consist of 12 different good buffer ionic liquids. So as I mentioned before, the first part of this research basically to check their suitability of this new class of ionic liquids. So that's why we measure the thermophysical properties, density, viscosity, refractive index, thermal study at a wide range of temperature to see the behavior. So, so this some of the results that I would like to share, but I think I'll be quick on this because we can have more discussion, hopefully, after this. So the first part of the characterization is measuring the density. So as general trend of density actually is shown in this result as well, okay? We can observe that the density of good buffer ionic liquid decrease with increase of temperature. So I just realized that I forgot to retrieve the complete notation or legend used in this figure. So I forgot, or I don't know what symbol these ionic liquids are. Okay, while the figure on the right-hand side reveals that the cation that we use here, 3 cation, actually impose a pronounced effect on the density of good buffers ionic liquid, in which the density of ionic liquid decreases as the bulkiness of the organic cation increases. So as you can see here, the collinium-based good buffer ionic liquids with shorter alkyl side chain length have higher densities compared to tetrabutylammonium and tetrabutylammonium counterparts. Besides, it was found that the presence of phosphorus or nitrogen as cations, central atom, has actually a small impact on the density of the studied good buffer ionic liquids. Okay, so the temperature dependency of the density was further used to determine the isobaric thermal expansion coefficient. So this is the common work of people working in thermodynamic area. We like to play around with thermophysical properties basically, but I don't show it here. Okay, so if you are interested, perhaps you could check our published article in Journal of Chemical Engineering Data on the synthesis and characterization of good buffer ionic liquids. And I forgot to mention, for the synthesis part is actually we use a simple reaction pathway. It's just neutralization reaction, okay? So you could check the details from this article. And apart from density, okay, so we calculate the molar volume as well, but apologies. As the density, I also realized I forgot to include the notation, the symbols used here for the ionic liquid. So I don't know which ionic liquids this representing to, okay? But the molar itself, as you may be already aware of, is a derived property from density. And the result suggested that the density of good buffer ionic liquids for common cation increases linearly with the ratio of the molecular weight and the molar volume of ionic species reflected by the density of good buffer ionic liquids here. And further, we also measure the viscosity, okay, at atmospheric pressure. And the general trend is that the good buffer viscosity decreased drastically with increasing temperature. So I believe it is well established that the chemical structure of the anions has a strong influence on the viscosity. So particularly the ionic liquid viscosity is essentially governed by the strength of the van der Waals interaction and their capacity to form the hydrogen bonds. So all the good buffer that we studied here exhibit remarkably high viscosity at room temperature compared to commercial room temperature ionic liquids. We believe that this can be attributed to the large size of the anions and the presence of several hydrogen bond acceptor and donor in the anion structure itself. So resulting the increase in the liquid intermolecular force. That's why making the good buffer ionic liquids that we synthesize tend to be more viscous compared to commercial ionic liquids. So as I mentioned before, this high viscosity negatively affect the mass transfer rate and process operating condition. However, the viscosity can actually be lower by increasing the temperature or by adding the small amount of organic solvent or water. Besides, water miscible good buffer ionic liquids are used in the form of water good buffer ionic liquid mixture in the most application of biotechnological field. So in some way, the high viscosity can be overcome by this small addition of water. Okay, so for refractive index, I'll be just quick. So basically, the result shows that the GBIL covers a very narrow window in refractive indices within this temperature range. Okay, so it also found that the refractive index depends on the nature of both cation and anion. Again, I forgot to include the notation, the complete symbol of ionic liquids that we use in this figure. So I don't really know the order of which cation and anion will give the different refractive index for this study. Okay, so moving on to the application of good buffer. Because of the limitation of their usage due to high viscosity, which affect the mass transfer operating condition. So this opens up opportunity for different area that we have studied to check their compatibility to be used for a biotechnological application. So in this case, we deal with enzyme. Why? Because it is important that enzyme solvent system is capable of establishing balanced interaction to allow the enzyme to retain its function and conformation structure. So in order to examine the feasibility in using these good buffer ionic liquids as media for enzyme application, we check the enzyme activity and stability parameters with the contact effect here of 0.05 molar and 1 molar of good buffer ionic liquid solution. Okay, so we found from this research that the incorporation of cation in the good buffer structure has a significant effect in improving the stabilizing properties of the enzyme. For example, here, if we check 1 molar, okay, tetrabutyl ammonium and tetrabutyl phosphonium, okay, the cation, demonstrate a higher capacity to enhance the enzyme catalytic activity. And there is an increase about, I think, 1 to 3-fold activities compared to those of the phosphate buffer at the same concentration here. Okay, so it's just about 1 to 3-fold higher activities. Okay, so moving on, as I mentioned previously, the toxicity of ionic liquids need to be studied as well, because whenever we talk about the greener replacement of organic solvent, we need to ensure that they they are safe to the environment. That's why we measure the ecotoxicity of each of the good buffer ionic liquids for 30 minutes of exposure by using microtox bioassay. And we further compare the result to just good buffers toxicity. Okay, so these green bars for the collinium-based ionic liquids, while the blue bars is rather small here for tetrabutyl ammonium good buffer ionic liquids, while the red bars and gray bars for tetrabutyl phosphonium based ionic liquid and just good buffers respectively. So from our finding here, an inverse trend of toxicity to exposure time relationship was observed for tetrabutyl ammonium and tetrabutyl phosphonium here. Okay, however, collinium-based good buffer ionic liquid show a rather non-linear relationship of toxicity exposure time. And this complexity might be explained by different trends that found for this collinium family, and also probably due to the toxicity mechanism in which both cation and anion participate. So this is one of the difficulties in assessing the reason why ionic liquids behave rather differently compared to the traditional or conventional chemicals. Okay, so I hope let me see. I think I have a few minutes more, if I'm not mistaken. Let me be quick on this. For the third part of the research, basically, we check the formation of ABS by using this good buffer ionic liquid. And here we use potassium citrate to assess their potential to create more efficient and sustainable ionic liquid-based good buffer. So here's the result of the phase diagram, the binodal curve for the system composed of good buffer ionic liquids mixture. Okay, so the general result that we can observe here, it shows that the ABS form, and it is indicated that apart from the collinium-based good buffer ionic liquids, all of the tetrabutyl ammonium and tetrabutyl phosphonium, they are able to undergo liquid-liquid demixing in the presence of potassium citrate. Yeah, so I just give one example of the binodal curve here, but actually from this article, you can find a lot of more diagrams or phase diagram, the curve there for the comparison of different good buffer ionic liquids that we use to form the ABS with potassium citrate. Okay, so in this slide, basically the applicability of good buffer ionic liquid based ABS in purification system dealing with enzyme was evaluated through determination of partitioning of lipase by using P. cepacia in good buffer ionic liquids. So in this proposed scheme, the advantages of good buffer ionic liquid as extracting solvent in ABS are highlighted. And our intention is to allow the enzyme recycle and product purification. It should be noted that despite the limited selectivity parameters observed in the study, this result also suggests that with optimization of different conditions, it will be possible to increase the purification capacity of the ABS. Okay, so I don't include the details of the result of the parameters or selectivity from this ABS experiment. So if you are interested to know more, perhaps what you can do is to go to our published work available here. Okay, so basically the proposed process will allow the recovery of most good buffer ionic liquids, since the recyclability of the top layer enriched of ionic liquids can be totally achieved, which will of course decrease the economic impact and environmental footprint of the process itself. Okay, so the next part of the study, okay, so this another work extension of this main topic on the good buffers, okay, funded by MOHI. So basically, we deal with the capability of good buffer to induce formation of ABS with several salt and polymers. Okay, we use 3 types of salts. Okay, we have tripotassium phosphate, potassium carbonate, and ammonium sulfate. And the polymer that we use, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember correctly, were PEG, PPG, and copolymer of PEG and PPG. So the application as purification tools to recover lipase, which produce via submerged fermentation, okay, by using certain enzyme was also investigated. So I also do not include the details of the research because there are lots of graph and figures there, but the general finding that we have, okay, so the good buffer ionic liquid demonstrate different capacities to form ABS with different salt and polymer, which we found to be closely related to the hydrophilic hydrophobic nature due to the cation and anion combination. Okay, if you are interested further, so you could also look into this article. Okay, so finally, I think this would be the last slide of my presentation. So the proposed scheme here show the enhanced purification result when compared with the purification strategy previously reported by using P. cepacia lipase. Okay, so we have several IBS here with salt and with polymer, and also with polymer and salt ABS. Okay, so this the result that we have so far, and comparatively speaking, okay, we also observe different capacities of good buffer ionic liquids to form ABS here. And again, I think if you are interested further, okay, what you can do is checking our data in this article. Okay, so yeah, so this is the proposed process for the production, purification, and also the recycle for the ABS based on good buffer ionic liquids by using submerged fermentation. So hopefully we can have a good recycle. Okay, so we don't have a lot of waste for this process, hence it enhance the sustainability of the usage of good buffer ionic liquids. Okay, so for the last part, okay, so this is the conclusion for the second research that I have shared with you all today. So basically we have synthesis 12 good new class of ionic liquids derived from the good buffer. We call that as the GBILs, or good buffer ionic liquids. Okay, consists of these 3: mopso, bes, tapso, and capsule. And also this serve as the anion for the ionic liquids, while for the cation will be commercial one, tetrabutyl ammonium, tetrabutyl phosphonium, and colinium cations by using simple neutralization reaction. And we found that the chemical properties is actually quite good. Okay, they have good thermal stability from TGA, DSC, and from the density refractive index data. And from the enzyme compatibility, we found they are also have decent result to retain the catalytic activity of lipase. And this result, all in all, suggests that this new class of ionic liquid could be further explored for their application in bioprocessing technology due to their great advantageous properties. Okay, so this is, I would like to share my contact with you all if you would like to discuss with me further about the research that I'm currently doing. So not necessarily to be on ionic liquids, because as Dr. Wirawan mentioned earlier, I have another field of research that I'm doing. So yes, and if you would like to come to Malaysia, so feel free to drop by to our campus in Semenyih. It's a very small town, outskirts of Kuala Lumpur. So it's about 1 hour from Kuala Lumpur. And our campus is actually, our students usually refer to our campus as a jungle because it's located very deep in the outskirts of the city. Even until now, since I joined 2013, we still have no public transportation available to reach our campus. So we need to use like Grab or taxi, or use the campus buses to come to University of Nottingham, Malaysia in Semenyih campus. Okay, so I think that's pretty much of the sharing session. So I'll pass back the time to moderator, Dr. Wirawan. So over to you, Wirawan.
Thank you very much for a fascinating presentations. Next, I think we have a question and answer Q&A session. So is there any question from the participants? No, then if there is no question, then I would start, I would initiate the Q&A sessions. It's fascinating, actually. I just realized that we had, common interest in, especially when I was a postdoc, I was doing reactive extractions using emulsions. So principally, and some people working with this Pickering emulsion, so the emulsion covered by solid nanoparticles, and then normally, and some people, they were working with in the organic phase, they have like, I don't know, whatever from hexane and so on, and the aqueous phase they use ionic liquids, and I think it is very interesting. My question first is, if you use, for example, ionic liquid as an extracting agent, or and how is the recyclability? I mean, you extract the products, for example, out of organic phase, and then you want to in the end you want to scrap the products from the ionic liquids, and how the recyclability, how clean, if you want to use this ionic liquid for the next reaction cycle, for examples. Second one, maybe how to regulate the hydrophobicity, because as far as I know, because it is a salt, then normally the ionic liquid is more polar, I guess, as far as I know, and how to tune the polarity, for example, in order to make it being more hydrophobic. And the third question, you are using ionic liquid as a medium for enzymatic reactions, and what kind of reaction that you did using ionic liquid? I think that's my question. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Wirawan, for the questions, all very interesting. So for the first part about recycle, this is I have mentioned in some of my slides about the proposed or the conceptual diagram about how the overall process will look like, and this is also currently ongoing research. Okay, to study the recyclability of these ionic liquids to be used for the next batch of the experiment. So we will be having less waste of ionic liquids. Okay, so we try to minimize the waste for this process. So far the result, what we do, there are lots of stages actually involved. So sometimes we cannot really just rely on one step recycle, but rather we have like multi stages of recycle for this process, and this will be able to be known by checking the phase diagram, by using the phase diagram that we can actually have from the LLE measurement. So I think that's for the first question. For the second question about the hydrophobicity, hydrophilic, yeah, something like that. Okay, so this is actually very intriguing question for us. Okay, because a thorough understanding of structure property relationship basically will pave the way to design a new derivatives of ionic liquids without having to rely on the trial and error. Okay, when I start, to be frankly with you, when I start this research area about 2014 or 15, if I'm not mistaken, on ionic liquids, we rely much on trial and error about the anion and cation combination, because there are lots of articles that basically also they don't really have the fundamental basis of how to decide on the selection of cation and anion that they are going to use for the particular research. But in the real world, I understand that structure property relationship are, I think, rarely independent of each other. Okay, so for example, if we talk about the side chain length or structure and melting point of one alkyl 3-methyl imidazolium ionic liquid, we can actually know that by increasing the length of the alkyl side chain, it can reduce the column interaction, and that's why introduce the configurational entropy, and that's why it decreased the melting point. But at the same time, the longer side chain also lead the increase of van der Waals interaction. So eventually, this is very interesting because it also increased the melting point and the formation of wax. That's why I would say ionic liquids are always a compromise. So it's a matter of finding the sweet spot between high melting conventional salt and like a highly viscous oil or wax. But with that being said, to solve this problem, I believe it is necessary to be able to predict the properties of ionic liquids before we move on to decide what cation anion combination, or to actually having to synthesize it first. So that's why the development of predictive tools is an absolute necessary to make full use of the potential of ionic liquids in research and industry. But unfortunately, I lack the expertise of theory and simulation of ionic liquid. So I will just direct you to review the use of computer-aided molecular design to design task-specific ionic liquids to achieve what kind of function that we target for certain application. Yeah. So for example, this is also something interesting. Perhaps, for example, if we, let's say, we want to get ionic liquids, new class of ionic liquids that we want to use in like specific functionality in surfactant industry. So probably, if we don't have that much knowledge in that simulation world, what we can do is we try to find the selective pairings between functional actives component, such as the resulting ionic liquids can have multiple active functionalities to provide multiple benefits that previously we want. Okay, so for example, we try to find the cation from the surfactant, from the softener derived cation, or maybe find the anion from the surfactant derived anions. Yeah, so I hope this would answer the second question. And I forgot what the third. Could you please?
Yeah, the type of reaction you use for that, because you only mentioned that the activity, but I don't know what reaction, maybe like esterification of something.
Yes, actually, we don't really perform an experiment on enzymatic reaction, but mostly on the purification of the enzyme and protein molecules. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So maybe from the participants, are there any further questions? Still have 3 minutes, so maybe I will. I have my own argument in yeah.
May I ask something, Dr. Gurawan?
Yes, sure. Of course.
Okay, thank you very much for the time, and thank you very much, Professor Yanatel, for your nice presentation. Previously, I am working with exploration of bioethanol and water, and I interested with your presentation. I have been done exploration between ethanol and water, and I having trouble with it. Of course, this is because azeotrope factors. And my question is, it is possible to increase the purity of the bioethanol by using simple process desiccation using as anhydrous salt? Is it possible or not? Thank you very much.
Okay, so for that question, for the entrainer usage that I have presented just now, is just one of the methods in breaking the azeotrope mixture, but I believe there are lots of methods that have been quoted in the reference, not only by using the entrainer, so there are lots of possibilities, but unfortunately, I'm lacking of the expertise in using that particular methods, okay, because currently in breaking the azeotrope mixture in separation of ethanol and water, in this example of mixture, we simply use the entrainer. But I believe there are lots of methods that have been proposed in breaking the azeotrope, not just by adding the third component or as an entrainer. So unfortunately, I could not really answer your question for now. But this is very interesting topics on how to break the azeotrope mixture, actually, because we want to achieve higher purity of desirable components in distillation process. Okay, so I think Mr. Ari, okay, we can, if you are interested, we can discuss further about this via email or another way of contact.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor.
Yeah.
Maybe 1 minute for my comments.
I think I saw 2 hands up.
Really? I did. Yes. Okay. Yes. Oh, of course. I will give the opportunity to the participants. Muhammad Hisbul. Yeah, this is Dr. Waton from 11 Maret University. Please.
Yeah.
Raise your question.
Sorry. Thank you very much for the opportunity. So yeah, I'm working on natural product chemistry. I was wondering, have you ever worked on natural product chemistry, especially because you are working on ionic liquids? Have you ever used the ionic liquids to extract the natural products? Is there any like a specification for what kind of compounds that can be isolated from the ionic liquids? Because as you mentioned, it has both sides, hydrophilicity and hydrophobicity. So it's not really specific, but is there any kind of like specific component? Does it have to be like a chargedly compound, or does it have to be neutral compound or something like that? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Walton, for the interesting question. Okay, frankly speaking, I have yet to touch that part. So our research, okay, so which was started about 2015, is quite recently actually. We still aim to mainly focusing on breaking the azeotrope mixture using ionic liquid as an entrainer. But I believe I have seen lots of articles or references that performing the extraction of natural products, okay, by using ionic liquid. So yeah, I think that's lots of possibility in doing or in utilizing ionic liquids for this application. So what I can do, I can refer to you later on. I can email you some of the review articles that I've read about this particular topics, if you are okay with that. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. Would really much appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay. The second question is from Siegfried. Siegfried, how to say it?
Siegfried.
Yeah, maybe introduce yourself first.
I'm Siegfried John Miranda, and I'm a fresh graduate from Mindanao State University Iligan Institute of Technology with a degree in Bachelor of Science in Chemical Engineering. First and foremost, Mom, thank you for the presentation. I am quite enlightened with this topic. But I do have one question, Mom. Since ionic liquids are considered as alternative solvent replacing organic solvents, can it be used as solvent for reaction processes in industrial reactors? If so, what should be done to prevent ionic liquids altering the reaction mechanism of reactions?
Yes, that's very interesting question. Thank you, Siegfried. So I hope I spell your name correctly just now. Yeah, as my previous answer to Dr. Watan, so definitely ionic liquids have been utilized in various reaction process, catalytic, enzymatic reactions, because once we review the usage of ionic liquids in various applications, we normally encounter specific application. And yes, my answer, I've seen some of the articles that work on that particular field. And the thing about ionic liquids, many of them, I would say most of them, because we can't really say all of them, right? They have interesting properties like they have non-volatility, non-toxicity. Of course, this needs to be confirmed by checking their toxicity to the environment. And they are non-flammable. And most of the time, they don't really affect to the species involved in the reaction. But again, the selection of anion and cation combination to form ionic liquids are the tricky parts when choosing the ionic liquid for selective applications. That's why, as I might answer to Dr. Wirawan earlier, so it would be great, okay, so if we can sort of combine the knowledge of experimental work with the simulation in order to predict the ionic liquid properties prior to synthesis, this kind of combination. So we won't be wasting our time much just by trial and error whenever we want to synthesize the correct ionic liquids for specific application. So yeah, this is a bit tricky, I would say, but again, this is the challenge in the research, and for me it's very interesting because lots of properties can vary depending on the choice of cation and anion combination that you select when you would like to synthesize your ionic liquids. So compromising, okay, could be one of the answer if you could not get the desirable results that we expect while we are performing our research. So yeah, I think my answer, yes, I've seen lots of articles on this, and normally they don't affect to, or they don't involve really in the reactions of or the species involved in the chemical reactions. So okay, so I hope that answer your question.
Yes, thank you, Mom.
Yeah.
Okay, before closing, I have actually short comments. When I know ionic liquid around 2009 when I started my master in Taiwan. It was used as a purification extraction agent for the biomass, for example, lignin and so on and so forth. And then the progress was a bit slow because I think the problem is with the economic scale to prepare the ionic liquids. But recently in 2020, I think 2021, this ionic liquid was applied in the commercial process in isoalkylation. So principally, if you want to make like a brunch gasoline with high octane number, normally people using hydrofluoric acid to facilitate alkylation reactions. And apparently ionic liquid can be used, and it availably now commercially available. So I think we are now a bit quite optimistic that this field will grow in the future. I mean, if I'm able to share the screen, this is the Chevron. They use the alkylations for the alkylates to generate alkylates in petrochemical and petroleum industry. So I think that's all my comments, and really interesting presentations, as well as intriguing topics in my opinion. And I hope that many successful, fruitful results for your research in the futures.
Okay, Dr. Wirawan, before we conclude, I would like to just quickly share one slide. Just copy and paste just now from that one that I found from one of the review articles. It's very interesting, actually, the development of ionic liquid these days, because to overcome the challenges of the cost, especially researchers basically have tried to solve this by synthesizing bio-based ionic liquids, and the progress is very much interesting. So I hope, because most of the participants, I think, from chemistry background, so you know, as a chemical engineering, as a chemical engineer, sometimes we lack of the fundamental aspect compared to the chemistry people. Yeah, I do admit that, because we don't really study much deeper to chemistry people. So let me just share quickly the slides that I have found just now. Okay, so this it's already up, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead. This is recently there are lots of bio-based ionic liquids have been synthesized to overcome the challenges on the petroleum-derived ionic liquids. Because when we talk about petroleum-derived building blocks to synthesize ionic liquids, sometimes it can be costly, and also it's not really costly. It's not really cheap, and sometimes the properties can be toxic to the environment as well, because we need to basically view the synthesis process itself based on the life cycle of the chemicals. So lots of people, lots of researchers these days, they try to synthesize bio-based ionic liquid. So as you can see from here, it derives from many things. Okay, from here, the selection of cation and anion is vary. Okay, we can use from protein, basically biomass. Okay, basically the most I think recently amino acid ionic liquids is getting trend. Okay, so lots of people try to synthesize ionic liquids based on amino acids. So yeah, so this hopefully will open up or will overcome the challenges in the cost of using ionic liquids for the research, because all of these biomass-based ionic liquids, I think the cost will be much cheaper if we utilize them compared to the petroleum-derived ionic liquids. Yeah, so yeah, this figure was actually taken from this article. Yeah, so I think what I can do, I can share this presentation to all of you. And if you are interested to read further, I can also share some of the review articles that have been published or about ionic liquids. I can send to Dr. Wirawan later on, or you can contact me by using my email or my contact number. Yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Anna. And yeah, we are already, we have been already in the end of these sessions. So thank you very much for the kind attention from the attendants. Now I pass back to the MC.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Eyanatul and Dr. Wirawan, for a great presentation and discussion session. Now we will have 10-minute breaks. Please enjoy the overview video of our beautiful city, Surakarta.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are now continuing our meeting to the next agenda. That is to listen to the second presentation from keynote speaker, Dr. Sri Amtina from Universitas 11 Maret, Indonesia, led by Dr. Ari Syahidul Siddiq from Universitas 11 Maret as a moderator. Before we continue the presentation from Dr. Sri Amtina, I would like to introduce Dr. Ari Syahidul Siddiq as our moderator today. The area of expertise from Dr. Ari is STEM education, system thinking in chemistry education, and assessment instrument development. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Sriamtina and Dr. Ari.
Okay, thank you very much Nazlah and Fahreza for nice introduction. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning all, I hope you are in good health. And here I will lead the fifth keynote session. This is the last keynote speaker session in the first IC3E. And the keynote speaker is already here with us. Good morning, Dr. Sriamtina.
Morning.
Okay, thank you very much. Before we start the keynote speech, I would like to read the curriculum vitae from our keynote speaker briefly. Of course, Dr. Sriamtina has expertise in the field of learning, evaluation, and assessment instrument development. She has a doctoral degree from Educational Research and Evaluation Study Program, Yogyakarta State University, and she is also a sandwich awardee at Illinois University, United States of America. So, her research interest and today's topic will be the assessment instrument and learning media development. Without further ado, please welcome Dr. Sriamtina.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ari. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Healthy greeting to all. For the first, I invite you to thank God for the health and opportunities that have been given to us. Secondly, I would like to thank the IC3E committee for giving me the opportunity to present some of the research results of the chemistry and chemistry learning innovation group research. For today, I will present from migration to transformation, computerized assessment instrument and technology-rich media on chemistry learning. Okay, I will. Ladies and gentlemen, that we know, education in the 21st century is a period of accelerating information and increasing knowledge supported by the implementation of digital media and technology. In addition, chemistry education is considered a central role in education for sustainable development in the 21st century. Sustainable chemistry is a scientific concept to seek to improve the efficiency with which natural resources are used to meet human need for chemical products and services. Sustainable chemistry encompasses the design, manufacture, and use of efficient, effective, safe, and more environmentally benign chemistry products and processes. Sustainable chemistry is also a process that stimulates innovation across all sectors to design and discover new chemical production processes and product stewardship that will provide increased performance and increased value while meeting in the goal of protecting and enhancing human health and the environment. There are things that support the sustainable chemistry education, namely green chemistry, the chemical enterprise, environmental chemistry, smart materials, carbon neutral economy, renewable energy resources, core chemistry knowledge, human endeavor, and local culture. Therefore, there is a reason why the chemistry educators must not only migrate from conventional chemistry learning, but also transform chemistry learning by using various media and digital technologies. In order to meet the demands of the 21st century, in line with the concept of sustainable chemistry education, the Chemistry and Chemistry Learning Innovation Research Group has made a research roadmap that will determine the direction of research and development for approximately 5 years. On this occasion, the discussion will discuss on 2 things. For the first, development assessment instrument, and the second, development of chemistry learning media. Our research started by developing paper-based assessment instrument that have characteristic traditional assessment, paper-based, and low-level innovation. Then migration into technology-rich assessment instrument. Technology delivers business process improvement, such as lower provider costs when ready testing, and this area still in traditional assessment. For now, we're trying to do transformational strategy, going to innovative assessment. In this area, technology deliver innovative assessment designed to affect curriculum and learning. There are 2 types of assessment instrument that are usually used in school. That are selected response or multiple choice, and constructed response or IC instrument. Each of these instrument form has its advantage and disadvantage. Okay, I would like to invite some participants to give opinion to explain the disadvantage of multiple choice question or selected response. Could you please, ladies and gentlemen, to raise hand to explain your opinion about the disadvantage multiple choice question?
Okay,
Mas Hari?
all the participants,
Yes.
please
all
raise your hand if you want to give a comment about disadvantages of the multiple choice instrument. Anyone?
Mas Hari can choose.
Okay, maybe Camila, do you have a comment about the advantages of the advantages of disadvantages?
Disadvantage, yes.
Okay,
Disadvantage about multiple choice question.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. So, in my opinion, the disadvantage of multiple choice is the students, if they don't know the answer, they can just gambling the answer. So, I think it can make a teacher a little confused that is this students already understand the material or not? If their answer is right, is he answer it right or he's just gambling it? I think that's one of the disadvantage of multiple choice question.
Okay, the next one more again, Mas Hari.
This is any comment in the chat box. There is a comment in the chat box, Dr. Sriamtina, from Yusuf Matihul Hakim. He already mentioned that maybe it will decrease the creativity.
Okay. Okay, that's opinions. Good and correct. Yes. Like in the slide, for selected response, yeah, have advantage. Easy to check or shouldn't answer, right? Easy to check shouldn't answer wrong or correct. So if you're a couple, wife or husband or boyfriend or girlfriend, not a chemist, can still help you work to check shouldn't answer, right? Not a chemist can still help you, can still help your work to correct or to check shouldn't answer, right? And then can it apply to essay test? Can it apply to essay test? If not a
Not I think.
chemist,
Not I think.
not a chemist, can still help you to check your student answer. Pareza and Denanda, you can answer. Yeah, I think difficult to check student answer if we have essay test. But if multiple choice test, not chemist, can still help our work to check student answer. Okay, this is advantage selected response. And then can cover many topics. And disadvantage multiple choice question, dichotomous assessment, just wrong and correct, high guess factor. High guess factor is my student called chap chip chup. Yes, Denanda. My student chap chip choose for high guess factor. And then difficult to know the student's thinking process to answer for multiple choice question. It is disadvantage. And then for constructed response, have advantage, can measure student abilities more deeply, can know the student thinking process of the answer. Not easy to guess. Not easy to guess. And then disadvantage, constructed response, difficult to make consistent score if without clear rubric. Difficult to make consistent score if without clear rubric. For example, for one item that given score 20, I know when a score of 20 will be given. When? For example, when the teacher give a maximum score with 20?
When all the answers were correct.
Yes. When the student answer exactly the same as the key. Exactly the same as the key. But when we give score 1 until 19. When we give score easy test for one item 1 until 19. Just clear rubric. Yes. So we must prepare a clear rubric for easy question to avoid subjectivity in giving easy test scores. Okay. And then I would like to add one disadvantage of conventional multiple choice. Then rarely discuss. Okay, in hierarchical material, such stoichiometry, students need to master several concepts in order to choose the correct answer. Right? For the first, is the equation for reaction. Equation for reaction. Example, reaction that produce oxygen. Second is the concept of mole. Convert noun data to moles. The third is the ratio of mole based on coefficient of the reaction equation until the student find the number of mole of the certain substance. For example, the number of mole of oxygen produced in reaction has been obtained 0.25 mole. The question is how many liters of volume of oxygen are produced at standard temperature and pressure. What should be the answer? Renanda? What should the answer? How many liters of oxygen are produced at standard temperature and pressure? If shouldn't find 0.25 mole. $5.6, right? 5.6 liter. It is a key answer. 5.6 liter. It is a key answer. But all students, he or she can answer step 1 until 3. Equation reaction, and then mole concept, and then ratio of mole, until he find the number of mole oxygen is 0.25. But the student does not choose 5.6 liter, but he choose 0.56. Another key answer. What's decision? What is decision? Right or wrong?
Wrong, of course.
Wrong answer. Wrong answer. What is the score?
0, I think.
0. The score is 0. Exactly the same as student who cannot work on the reaction equation. For the first step until 3 steps, he right. But if they choose, he choose not a key answer or decision wrong answer. we give 0 score. Exactly the same as student who cannot work on direction equation for the first step. This is a real disadvantage of conventional multiple choice question or multiple choice with dichotomy score. Okay. So it is necessary for us to merge, to combine the advantage of multiple choice and essay test to cover disadvantage of both. We need an instrument that can be checked easily, objective, and can measure students' ability more deeply. For this reason, our research group developed 2-tier multiple choice, multi-tier multiple choice, and testlet instrument. Okay. This is an example. 2-tier instrument has been developed on the topic of chemical equilibrium. Since 2014, we have developed a 2-tier instrument for assessing various chemistry topics using paper and pencil tests. This instrument has 2 levels. The first level is standard multiple choice question related to the topic of chemical equilibrium. At the second level is the student reason for choosing the answer in the first level. The choice is in the second tier developed based on several possibilities that become alternative conception of student. So apart from measuring student cognitive ability, this instrument can also diagnose student alternative conception. And for the next, this is example for 3-tier multiple choice. For the first choice, it is a question related to the topic of material. And then second tier, it is a reason for the student why choose the answer for the first tier. And the third tier, it is a reason why he choose second tier. Okay. We use scoring like this for the 2-tier multiple choice. If first tier true and second tier true, we give score 3 and level of understanding understand. If first tier true, second tier false, we give score 2 and level of understanding misconception. And then first tier false and second tier true, score 1, a level of understanding misconception. Although we must continue check for misconception, maybe deep observation or deep conversation with the student. If the first tier false and second tier false, we give score 0. level of understanding, not understand. Yes. And then testlet, the type of test that produce more than one response and has a graded response in relation to the knowledge or construct to be measured. Like that. We have a stimulus, and then we have several questions. For the testlet, number one is a start off point. If the number one right answer, maybe the student continue to next number. If number one false, logically, he cannot continue to answer next question. In testlet that we develop, we use dependent testlet. That number one, number two, and number three dependent each other. That number one is start point to continue the second or the third question. For the testlet, we have two types, independent and dependent, that we develop in our research group. We choose dependent. Why? Because some of material in chemistry are hierarchies concept. The type testlet independent, each of question does not depend on each other, but still relate to the context given in stimulus or STEM. This is usually in an instrument, independent testlet usually used in maybe IELTS or maybe TOEFL, or in English or Indonesian language. Each of question does not depend on each other, but are still related to the context given in STEM. But instrument testlet that we develop, we choose dependent because in chemistry material, some of material have characteristic hierarchies. So we choose a dependent testlet. Yes, like that. The type of testlet instrument that we develop is the independent type with 3 following questions. This form is considered to be in accordance with developing need and has more benefit. We can see we have one stimulus. We have one stimulus, and then we develop 3 item question. For the first describing and interpreting chemical phenomena. This is indicator chemical literacy. So in TestLit, we can measure score and then other indicator. And number two, applying scientific knowledge in a given situation. And number three, interpreting scientific evidence and drawing conclusion. This is indicator about chemical literacy. But number one, this is start point, and then continue to number two, and then continue number three. If the number one is wrong, logically, they can continue to work the second item or the third item. This is a TestLit instrument. How scoring the TestLit instrument? Because the number one is start point. So if student cannot solve number one, if she wrong choosing number one, we give score 0. Why 0? Because the start point, he cannot choose another option. And then if student can solve supporting problem number one correctly, but can solve supporting problem number two, we give 1. And then if student can solve supporting question number 1 and number 2 correctly, but cannot solve supporting question number 3, we give score 2. And then if student can complete a supporting question correctly, we give a 3. We give score 3. There's a different scoring with the multiple choice conventional. For the 2017, we developed computerized TestLit. We developed computerized TestLit. In this computerized TestLit, a teacher can easily to see how competence of the student. The student can analyze the student answer and then analyze how about a parameter of item, like the index of difficulty, like index discrimination, and then effectiveness distractor. If we use computerized TestLit. And then with the computerized TestLit, the student can know which indicator that sorry. indicator that they right and indicator that he wrong. So we call a student profile with the computerized testlet. For the 2021, we try to develop of augmented reality media. Augmented reality is the latest techniques representing the natural world in virtual form with contextual information assisted by computer technology. We know that chemistry material is most of have abstract concept, so difficult for the student to have competence. Chemical material about some of them abstract material. We know that chemistry have abstract characteristic, many concept, many chemical concept are at the sub-microscopic level. So it is difficult for students to imagine. So we try to visualization some material, and then we collaborate with IT expert, and then we try to develop augmented reality. So the student can see with visualization how more abstract chemistry in the material. And then augmented reality media that needs to be assessed using student cell phone can increase student interest and motivation to learn chemistry. Moreover, it can help to visualize the representation on 4 level at once: human element, macroscopy, submicroscopy, and symbolic. The various product of assessment instrument and learning media based on augmented reality have been produced from collaboration with student and lecturer. The development carried out become a reference for continuously improving product and moving from migration to the transformation of learning instrument and media in chemistry education, going towards the use of artificial intelligence is conducting educational assessment is our big goal. I'm so sorry, still many limitations about our research, and then I give back to the Mas Ari as moderator.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sriamtina, for your 40-minute presentation. So if I have outlined your presentation, you already developed assessment instrument, various assessment instrument, and then learning media such as augmented reality. So for all the participants, if you have the question, you can write down in the chat box, or just click the raise hand menu, and then you can interact directly to the keynote speaker, Dr. Sriamtina. Please, anyone of the participants? Okay, Camila. could you please deliver your question directly to Dr. Sriamtina?
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I want to ask about the construct assessment. So you said that in the construct assessment, there are disadvantages that it cannot apply in various materials. So I want to ask, is it possible if we compare more than one types of construct assessment in one computerized assessment? Like if we want to make a final test in school, we have to put we have to put various materials on it. So maybe there are some materials that cannot applied in 3-tier, or the other cannot applied in test-led assessment. So is it possible? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Camilla, for your question. I will try to answer your question. One of characteristic of instrument, they have like this. Test-led. For test-led instrument, can be used if all material have hierarchies concept. If not hierarchies concept, we cannot use test-led. If 2-tier or 3-tier, maybe just universal for material, not have characteristic unique, different test-led instrument and multi-tier instrument. If test-led instrument that I know have characteristic for hierarchies material. Enough, maybe?
Thank you for the answer.
Okay, thank you very much, Camilla, for the question. And the second question, Prof. Mauro.
Thank you for the interesting talk. Very nice. I have a couple of questions. One, with the 2-tier scoring, when you had the 2-tier scoring, if they got the first tier wrong and the second tier right, you gave them 1 point. I find that difficult to comprehend, because if they do not understand the concept and they've got the right reason, for me, there's still a misunderstanding. And for me, I would give 0 if they've got the first concept wrong, because the right reason for the wrong answer is still a misconception. So I find that difficult to justify. That's not really a question, but you can tell me your thoughts. Maybe I'm not seeing something. I have 2 other questions, but we'll do one at a time if that's okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for Mr. Mauro. I will try to answer your question. If I have a mistake,
no,
okay.
I'm not saying it's a mistake. It's common. I've seen it with many people when they scored the 2 tiers.
Yes, okay. For the 2-tier instrument, we give for if the first tier false and then second tier true, we give score 1 and like for understanding misconception, but like this. I think it is not enough to give conclusion misconception, just use 2-tier. But I think it is still has to be continued with in-depth interview to ascertain the misconception that occurred in student. But 2-tier, I think one alternative to detect for the first, first how conception that the student have.
Okay.
So we
Thank
continue to the deep interview to
you need to talk to
give
the student.
conclusion about one student is misconception or not. Like this, I think, for
Okay.
Mr. Mauro.
Thank you. If I can ask more than one question.
Yes, of course.
Okay. I like the idea of your testlet
Yes.
with the sequential type questions.
Yes.
But again, with that assessment process, if a student makes a mistake at step 1, they can't do step 2, 3, and 4. So with the computerized version, I thought this had a wonderful opportunity, and I don't know whether you do that in the computerized version. If they make a mistake of step 1, when they do question 2, is there an option for them to say, assume the answer for step 1 is, and then they can answer question 2, because they may actually know how to do the second part and the third part, but they made a foolish mistake at the beginning. And so if, for example, like the example you gave for the multiple choice, at the beginning with the moles of gas, if they had a mistake with the decimal point in step 1 for determining the number of moles, everything else is wrong. But they still demonstrate that they can actually do all the calculations, they should get some marks. So is that, with your computerized testlet, is there an option for someone who gets the first question wrong to have them a sample answer to continue with? Do you follow what I mean?
Okay.
It's complicated.
Okay, I would like to answer your question, Professor Mauro. For testlet, it is a unique instrument for us. Is yes. We use scoring for the testlet. For the first question, if he answer wrong, we give 0.
Yeah.
Why? Why? Because the first question is the start point, like
yes.
equation reaction.
Yes.
If he forced to answer this question, I think logically he cannot continue to answer the next question.
Yes, I see your answer there, but if they've made a foolish mistake,
yes,
but they actually can do the second part and the third part as well, but they're starting with 0.1 moles instead of 1 mole because they've done the calculations incorrectly, then you don't see. Is there an opportunity? On a pencil and paper testlet, you can't change. But on the computerized one, is it possible to have 2 paths? One path, if they got it right, they continue on the question. If they've got the first part wrong, step 2 is now for question 2, assume the answer for question 1 is this. So maybe a different answer to the correct answer. But so if, for example, in part 1 is how many moles are required, and the answer is 0.5, and they work out that it's 0.25. So if they get the right answer, they continue along as per normal. In the computerized system, if they get the answer wrong, then the computerized system can say, assume that the answer to part 1 is, and give them an answer, give them a number. It doesn't have to be the correct answer. And then there's questions that they can continue on. So you can still see if they know how to do part 2 and they know how to do part 3 with the wrong material. Does that make sense?
Yes, I think that is still limitation our computerized testlet because not computerized computerized testlet is cover for all. Cover for all, not one by one item. Yes, I think it is one of limitation, and then maybe for the next we have collaboration with you to create a computerized instrument with the suitable for check not only wrong and answer, but can conclude about how competence one of student. Maybe
I like what you're doing, and I think it's really exciting potential to make it personalized for each student simply by having that opportunity where get the right answer, you go this way, get the wrong answer, you go a different way, but they can still learn. And so I think it's a wonderful opportunity, and the potential for your computerized testlet will be a really good assessment tool. So yes. I think you're doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Mauro. May I add something, Dr. Sriamtina? Because I'm the part of this research project.
Yes, Mr. Ari, part of our group, member of our research group for Mauro, and maybe give some answer for your question.
Okay, thank you very much for the time. And as a moderator, actually, I would like to add something, Professor Mauro, because we developed the testlet instrument in 2017. And if I'm not mistaken, developed testlet instrument in 2016, and then computerized testlet in 2017 and 18. What you ask about the computerized is because the computerized that we have been developed is just question number 1, question number 2, and then question number 3 is delivered to the student in one question. So the student can answer question number 1, 2, and the third question is in the same time. So this is the insightful discussion we have. We will develop the testlet, computerized testlet instrument in further based on your suggestion or your opinion. And for the two-tier instrument, what have we developed here is inspired by your work and your Professor Tragus, of course, because for the one score is in for the indicated, and we do the next step is for checking the student answer and not really score to have the assessment process, because the testlet instrument is actually diagnostic assessment. So the score one is for indicated how the teacher should do the next step for the student.
Okay, I understand.
Okay.
Thank you very much. It's nice work.
Thank you, Mr. Mauro.
Really good. Thank you.
Okay. Is there another question from other participant? There are no other questions. So if there are no other questions, this is the end of the okay. Any other question in the chat box? Sorry, I'm cannot hear. Question. Okay, from Adi Fala. Dr. Sriamtina, and the question from Adi Fala, since this two-tier question looks so hard, can this setting be applied in the lower tier or lower difficulty question for regular student?
Since the two-tier question looks so hard, I think not look so hard, but if it is for we are constructed or for the student to do the test.
This is just for maybe what I mean by the context of my question is that since our student is kind of have some low literacy, low kinds of literacy, I think in order to bring this kind of question to the students, we take a look at the reality. Since this question, therefore I say that since this question looks so hard on them, and because they are already accustomed to only one question, one style of multiple choice question, and then we abruptly bring this type of question to the students, and maybe they will be like, oh, is it possible? And wait, but yes, they they will freak themselves out because of how how perplexing this question is.
Yes, I think for the student, if he competence for the material, I think it is not so hard to answer the question. Because for the first tier, is it competence material, and then for second tier, why he choose why the reason, why the reason he or she choose the correct answer. But for the constructing, maybe so hard if different from multiple choice conventional. It's two tier, I think is more so hard if depend on multiple choice question with dichotomy score. I think like that, Adi.
Okay, so it doesn't really matter if we want to apply this kind of question to the students. We can apply it whatever we like, but yes, maybe the difficulty will to the students' capability. Thank you very much.
Yes, difficulty to construct, but for student, if we competent the material, I think that is no so hard to answer the question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Adifala, and all of the participants. Thank you very much, Dr. Sriamtina, for such a fruitful discussion, and especially thank you, Prof. Mauro, for nice discussion. We all know you are the key person from the development of two-tier instrument here, and thank you very much for discussion. And on behalf of the committee of IC3E, we would like to extend our appreciation for your enlightening speech on assessment and learning media development to Dr. Sriamtina. Please accept this certificate with our sincere thanks. For the committee, can you show the certificate, please? For the committee. Okay, this is
thank you.
your certificate.
Thank you very much for the committee.
Thank you very much, Dr. Siamtina. And this is our end of keynote speaker session. I give back the time to the MC and apologize for the mistaken if I have mistaken in the lead of this session. Thank you very much. Back to Fariza and Denada.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sriamtina and Dr. Ari, for the wonderful presentation and discussion.
For the next agenda is the parallel session. The presenters and committee, please be ready in your room. The information about breakout rooms and the studies area for each room is already written in the book of program IC3E. Please check them and you can choose one of the breakout rooms. There will be 2 parallel sessions with 1 break in between. So we highly invited all the presenters and also the participants to attend all the parallel sessions.
Ladies and gentlemen, the parallel session will be in the last agenda of the IC3E second day. As the Master of Ceremony, we would like to apologize for any inconveniences during this event. Thank you very much for your attention and cooperation. See you in IC3E 2023.
Goodbye,
Have
and
a
have
nice
a nice
day.
day.
Oh, bilang satu bahannya itu bisa sebulan itu
ASP is the highest. And then the quality, 80K is the best, and ASP is the worst. And then for the charcoal itself, I have also had a characterization. Is the one is for the wood charcoal or the AK. Figure A is the upper, figure B is the lower. And it can be seen that the peak occurs at 874.76 in the process
You are the reason for us to be waiting, to relieve the sense of longing, reuniting with the familiar warmth and convenient feeling, reminiscing the past and embracing the future. The air of closeness and delight of culinary taste have always been waiting for you. We ensure you feel the atmosphere leisurely while releasing back our memory. Tradition, we will keep upholding everlastingly, that it is always inherited entirely. Tracing along the heritage of culture, esteemized by beauty and allure. Diving the charm of history, tradition, and breathtaking performance. Also their friendliness that have been waiting for you in Guinness. Momentarily admiring our legacy and enjoying the hospitality of Solo Berseri. We realize your eagerness to convene. It's the reason we wait, as we've always been. Let us reunite. Come to Solo.
Tak pernah tidur hingga ku tak rasa sepi. Sederhanamu buatku jatuh hati. Selalu ingin pulang ke Solo.
You are the reason for us to be waiting, to relieve the sense of longing, reuniting with the familiar warmth and convenient feeling, reminiscing the past and embracing the future. The air of closeness and delight of culinary taste have always been waiting for you. We ensure you feel the atmosphere leisurely while releasing back our memory. Tradition, we will keep upholding everlastingly, that it is always inherited entirely. Tracing along the heritage of culture, esteemized by beauty and allure. Diving the charm of history, tradition, and breathtaking performance. Also their friendliness that have been waiting for you in Guinness. Momentarily admiring our legacy and enjoying the hospitality of Solo Berseri. We realize your eagerness to convene. It's the reason we wait, as we've always been. Let us reunite. Come to Solo.
Tak pernah tidur hingga ku tak rasa sepi. Sederhanamu buatku jatuh hati. Selalu ingin pulang ke Solo.
Hai Sobat Wisata, rindu Solo ya? Pastinya, destinasi di kota Solo sudah dibuka loh, tentunya dengan menerapkan protokol kesehatan. Jadi, buat Sobat Wisata, jangan khawatir untuk datang ke Solo. Saat ini, Gracia sedang berada di Museum Batik dan Arhadi Kota Solo. Ingin tahu koleksi yang ada di dalamnya? Yuk, ikuti aku! Pada tahun 2000 oleh Ibu Megawati Soekarno Putri. Dan di museum ini sudah diakui oleh MURI karena terdapat lebih dari 10.000 motif kain batik.
Sesuai tema yang kami terapkan di dalam memajang koleksi batik pengaruh zaman dan lingkungan, maka batik yang ada di sini untuk berbagai macam periode. Misalnya tadi Mbak Gracia sudah melihat batik keraton dari Jogja ataupun Solo. Kemudian ruangan selanjutnya nanti ada batik pengaruh Belanda, yaitu pada saat penjajahan Belanda itu noni-noni Belandanya yang ada di Indonesia itu membuat batik. Kemudian juga ada zaman penjajahan Jepang. Lalu juga ada batik Indonesia yang idenya berasal dari Bung Karno dan orang yang diserai tugas untuk merepresentasikan dalam karyanya adalah KPH Harjo Nagono, Kiai Solo. Jadi batik itu berbagai macam periodisasi dan di sini tentu saja berdasarkan tema batik pengaruh zaman dan lingkungan. Ini jumlahnya nanti yang akan Mbak Gracia lihat itu kurang lebih 1.253 koleksi dari 10.000 yang dipunyai Pak Santoso. Jadi Solo itu punya museum pribadi yang mungkin terbesar ya di Indonesia karena pribadi ya. juga tentu saja selain batik keraton, karena museum ini kan di Solo ya, berarti kan juga harus mengedepankan batik yang berasal dari Solo, batik keraton Kasunanan ataupun Mangkunegaran yang punya arti filosofi. Karena kalau batik keraton itu tidak sekedar dipakai boleh di acara A, B, C, tapi ada aturannya, siapa yang pakai, motifnya apa, dan lain sebagainya. Selain batik keraton, itu ada batik pengaruh Eropa, batik Belanda tadi, yang didapat Pak Santoso mengikuti lelang di luar negeri. Itu batiknya berasal dari tahun 1800 sekian. Berarti kan sudah 100 tahun lebih ya. Nah itu koleksi unggulan kami. Gitu Pak.
Supaya makin cinta sama kain batik.
Nah, itu tidak hanya menjadi gimana generasi milenial supaya mencintai kain batik, tetapi generasi terdahulu juga harus ada usaha agar generasi milenialnya mau mencintai batik. Jadi harus saling. Saya kurang setuju misalnya yang ditekan yang generasi milenial, ayo menyukai batik. Caranya memperkenalkan zaman sekarang harus berbeda. Antara lain misalnya bisa dikembangkan fashion karena itu lebih fleksibel. Tapi yang penting si generasi milenial itu juga harus tahu dulu misalnya ini namanya pola apa. Tapi cara pengenalannya dengan sosial media yang begitu rupa untuk mengekspresikan apa yang didapat ke dalam karya-karya mereka, entah itu karya berupa persis, entah itu karya berupa mural. Tetapi yang penting diberi batasan, misalnya kalau pola itu hanya dipakai aja. Jadi jangan digunakan untuk sosmed misalnya gitu ya, tidak boleh digunakan untuk karya apa, karya tempat isu atau subbrand untuk makan dan lain sebagainya. Jadi karena dunianya ini sudah berubah, maka harus menggunakan IT. Nah untuk museum sendiri, ada tulis generasi muda, karena museum dulu saja sudah membuat mereka lari ke diri-diri. Museum mesti kuno, pemandangan barang itu juga harus dikemas sedikitnya rupa sehingga lebih menarik. Sekarang dengan adanya pandemi, misalnya dengan juga virtual.
Siap menjelaskan bagaimana pola batik filosofi dan klasik, edukatif dan keren tentunya museum ini. Jadi buat sobat wisata kalau mau berkunjung di Kota Solo wajib datang ke Museum Batik dan Haji Solo. Ayo wisata ke Solo, Solo aman, nyaman untuk dikunjungi. Tak andani yo.
Sekarang waktunya Anda berkunjung ke Kota Solo. Segala fasilitas pariwisata dan utilitas publik telah memenuhi standar protokol kesehatan COVID-19 yang menjamin Anda aman dan nyaman selama berkunjung ke Kota Solo. Kami memiliki lebih dari 7.200 kamar yang tersedia di 165 hotel yang memiliki nuansa dan keunikan masing-masing, termasuk fasilitas MICE yang akan memanjakan selama Anda tinggal di Kota Solo. Ruang-ruang publik di seantero Kota Solo siap untuk memanjakan keinginan Anda untuk menikmati Kota Solo yang tak lekang oleh waktu, baik pagi, siang, sore, petang maupun malam hari. Di setiap sudut Kota Solo menawarkan nuansa yang berbeda yang pasti akan memuaskan Anda, apalagi Anda ingin memanjakan lidah Anda dengan berbagai aneka kuliner dengan rasa yang luar biasa, dan itu akan menjadikan Anda berkunjung dengan mat-matan di Kota Solo. Mau ke Kota Solo? Mudah kok. Bisa naik pesawat terbang, bisa naik kereta api, bisa pakai bis, atau pakai kendaraan pribadi, bisa lewat jalan tol maupun jalan konvensional.
Tunggu apa lagi? Pastikan Anda segera berkunjung ke Kota Solo. Saya tunggu kehadiran Anda. Jangan lupa pakai masker, cuci tangan pakai sabun dengan air mengalir, jaga jarak. Itulah protokol kesehatan yang diterapkan di Kota Solo. Selamat menikmati kota Solo masa kini juga ada, masa lalu banyak sekali, dan masa depan baru selesai dibangun. Selamat datang di kota Solo.
Sekarang aku berada di Kampung Wisata Baluarti Solo. Mau tahu apa aja yang ada di sini? Yuk, ikutin Saskia.
Kampung Baluarti merupakan kampung wisata yang mengedepankan unsur budaya serta edukasi.
Ini namanya adalah tempat wisata untuk umum. Sekarang ya namanya ini adalah Dalam Projo Bangasan. Tempat ini dulu tempat tinggal seorang kerabat raja namanya Raden Nabi Projo Bangasan. Beliau mempunyai kedudukan kepala sekurit keraton pada waktu itu. Nah, berhubung ini sekarang digunakan untuk wisata religi, wisata budaya sejarah, yang masuk sini syaratnya hati harus suci, pikiran jernih, ucapan harus hati-hati.
Karena letaknya yang berada di kawasan Keraton Surakarta Hadiningrat, maka Kampung Baluarti sangat kental dengan budaya Jawa dan bangunan bersejarah. Serta kearifan lokal masyarakat menjadi nilai tambah tersendiri saat saya berkunjung di sini. Banyak pengalaman yang saya dapatkan saat berkunjung di Kampung Wisata Baluarti, seperti merangkai janur, menari tarian tradisional, serta kegiatan lainnya yang menjadikan saya lupa waktu dengan kenyamanan yang saya rasakan di sini. Setelah asik jalan-jalan, tujuan terakhir saya adalah kuliner wedangan yang berada di dalam Reorienting, Kampung Baluarti.
Seru kan jalan-jalan Saskia di Kampung Wisata Baluarti? Buat teman-teman yang ingin merasakan keseruan seperti Saskia, datang ke Solo, tak enteng ya.
Kota Solo menyediakan berbagai destinasi wisata, antara lain Kampung Batik, yaitu Kampung Batik Laweyan dan Kampung Batik Kauman. Kampung Batik Laweyan, di sana Anda akan menemukan berbagai bangunan yang kuno dan cagar budaya, di mana nuansa kehidupan para saudagar Laweyan masih terasa di sana. Juga Kampung Batik Kauman yang berada di sekitar wilayah Masjid Agung Kota Solo, yang terasa nuansa religius tetapi sangat marak dengan nuansa perdagangannya, mengingatkan Kota Solo pernah menjadi pusat industri batik Indonesia di pertengahan abad ke-19. Destinasi selanjutnya, Kampung Wisata Baluarti, yang melingkupi Kompleks Keraton Kasunanan Surakarta, di mana merupakan titik awal dari berdirinya Kota Solo. Di Kampung Baluarti juga terdapat makam Ki Gede Solo, yang merupakan cikal bakal berdirinya Kota Solo. Di Kampung Wisata Baluarti, Anda akan disuguhi berbagai nuansa budaya dan historis asli Jawa khas Kota Solo yang akan membawa Anda seolah-olah Anda di Kota Solo masa lalu. Selanjutnya, Kampung Wisata Kreatif Joho. Kampung kecil, indah, segar, unik, di mana Anda bisa menikmati berbagai kreativitas masyarakat yang dituangkan di sudut-sudut Kampung Joho. Kota Solo juga punya kampung wisata iklim, yaitu Kampung Emplak. Di sana masyarakat merespon isu perubahan iklim dengan menanam berbagai tanaman di seantero kampung, di mana Anda dapat menikmati kenyamanan, kehijauan, kesegaran, suasana kampung iklim ngeplak. Ada lagi kampung wisata Kemelayan, yang dahulu menjadi pusat produksi gamelan. Di Kampung Kemelayan, Anda akan menikmati berbagai macam mural yang tersebar di Kampung Kemelayan, yang akan menjadikan malam Anda di Kota Solo lebih nikmat dan lebih nyaman.
Berkunjung ke Kota Solo adalah menikmati Solo masa lalu, Solo masa kini, dan Solo masa depan. Jadi yakinlah berkunjung ke Kota Solo adalah pilihan yang tepat. Saya tunggu kehadiran Anda. Pakai masker, jaga jarak, cuci tangan, memakai sabun dan air mengalir. Solo masa kini, Solo masa lalu.
Halo sobat wisata semuanya, senang banget rasanya bisa berkunjung ke Kota Solo. Dan saat ini Dinda baru ada di Taman Balai Kambang Solo. Dan pastinya di sini sudah semua menggunakan protokol kesehatan yang aman dan nyaman. Yuk, mending kita langsung jalan-jalan bareng aku. Taman Balai Kambang merupakan salah satu hutan kota yang ada di Kota Solo. Di sini, teman-teman juga bisa menikmati pertunjukan hiburan seni seperti ketoprak Balai Kambang dan juga segala tari Ramayana. Nah, buat teman-teman yang pengen berwisata di Kota Solo dengan nuansa budaya dan sejarah, teman-teman bisa langsung datang ke Pura Mangkunegaran, Museum Batik dan Narhadi, Museum Radio Pustaka, dan Museum Keris Nusantara. Atau jalan-jalan sambil melihat bangunan kuno, teman-teman bisa langsung datang ke Pasar Gede, Pasar Klewer, Kampung Batik Laweyan, dan Kampung Batik Kauman. Teman-teman bisa datang ke Juruk Solo Zoo untuk melihat berbagai macam aneka satwa yang ada di sana. Dan malam harinya bisa langsung datang ke Sriwidari untuk nonton wayang orang. Dan yang pasti kuliner Kota Solo siap buat manjain lidah kalian semua.
Jadi jangan lupa main ke Solo ya, karena Solo siap menyambut kalian semua. Tak tunggu, dadah!
Surakarta, atau dikenal juga dengan Kota Solo, adalah salah satu kota yang unik dan sayang untuk dilewatkan. Mengapa? Karena dengan memasuki Kota Solo, Anda telah masuk ke kota yang kaya dengan wisata sejarah dan budayanya. Wisata di Kota Solo dan sekitarnya layak untuk dicoba. Salah satu tempat kebanggaan Kota Solo adalah yang sekarang ini saya singgahi, Taman Balai Kambang. Tidak sulit menemukan taman ini, karena lokasinya tak jauh dari pusat kota, yaitu di Jalan Balai Kambang, nomor 1, Kelurahan Manahan, Kecamatan Banjarsari, Solo. atau tepatnya berada di utara Stadion Manahan. Sejak adanya wabah COVID-19 memasuki Taman Balai Kambang, kita diwajibkan untuk mematuhi protokol kesehatan, seperti mencuci tangan sebelum masuk kawasan Taman Balai Kambang, melakukan pengecekan suhu, menggunakan masker, dan tidak lupa selalu menjaga jarak. Taman Balai Kambang dibangun oleh Kanjeng Gusti Pangeran Adipati Aryo Mangkunegara keempat pada 26 Oktober 1921. Pembangunan taman ini sebagai hadiah untuk kedua putrinya, yaitu Gusti Raden Ayu Partini Husen Jaya Diningrat dan Gusti Raden Ayu Partina Sukanta. Dahulu, taman ini digunakan sebagai tempat bersantai para keluarga dan kerabat Puro Mangkunegaran. Kemudian, mulai dibuka untuk masyarakat umum pada era kepemimpinan Gusti Pangeran Adipati Aryo Mangkunegara ke-8. Taman ini dibagi menjadi dua area, yaitu Partini Twin dan Partinah Bos. Di area Partini Twin dimanfaatkan sebagai kolam penampung air luapan dari wilayah sekitar. Sedangkan area Partinah Bos dimanfaatkan sebagai hutan kota dan berfungsi sebagai resapan air. Tak hanya itu, di taman ini Anda juga bisa mengajak teman dan keluarga bermain dengan beberapa hewan seperti angsa, rusa, kalkun, merak, ular, dan iguana. Nah, di depan saya merupakan gedung kesenian Taman Balai Kambang. Difungsikan pula sebagai gedung administrasi unit pelaksana teknis Balai Kambang. Setiap akhir pekan, gedung ini dimanfaatkan untuk menampilkan kesenian wayang orang atau dikenal juga dengan ketoprak. Sedangkan Sendra Tari Ramayana akan open stage atau panggung terbuka Balai Kambang untuk penampilannya. Taman Balai Kambang kini sudah lebih tertata dengan rapi dan cantik. Mari manfaatkan ruang terbuka hijau di Surakarta ini dengan menikmati keindahan alam dan sajian budaya di Taman Balai Kambang.
Bagi saya, Baluarti itu adalah kampung budaya. Karena ada keraton, dan keraton itu dulu adalah pusat dari pemerintahan. Jadi apa saja ada di dalam keraton. Oleh sebab itu, Baluarti ini sangat bisa dibilang adalah juga sebagai tempat sumbernya kehidupan, baik itu budaya, sosial, dan ekonomi.
Rasa ya, kalau ditanyakan rasa ya pasti seneng, rasanya yang paling kuat. Yang kedua, kalau saya menanamkan harus mempunyai rasa handarbeni, harus duwe rasa duweni sanajan ora milik ngaten. Kalau kita sudah mempunyai rasa memiliki, kan kita mau mencintai dan melestarikan.
Karena sudah jelas bahwa sanggar ini diadakan karena untuk melayani kepentingan atau keinginan masyarakat yang ingin belajar tentang kebudayaan keraton atau kebudayaan Jawa yang bersumber dari keraton. Sehingga yang paling utama justru malah juga masyarakat di lingkungan Baluarti itu sendiri yang juga banyak belajar. Ada pusaka yang namanya Bedoyo Ketawang. Nah ini yang penari-penari kalau yang dewasa kan hanya belajar tentang tari bedoyo dan serimpi saja, jadi tradisional. Yang kecil-kecil itu yang tarian yang sudah dikembangkan oleh guru-guru kita.
Latihan ini rutin nih Mas, rutin diadakan setiap Selasa malam, sangat-sangat berpotensi untuk mendatangkan wisatawan ke sini karena sebagai daya tarik yang cukup tinggi, terutama untuk memenuhi keinginan mereka dalam memperlihatkan kesenian-kesenian yang ada. Jadi mereka ingin tahu sekali seberapa jauh, seberapa hebat, dan seberapa eksisnya Karawitanu ini.
Saya berharap untuk wisatawan supaya bisa lebih banyak lagi datang ke Baluarti dan bisa menikmati suasana kesenian yang ada di Baluarti khususnya.
Kalian pasti baru dengar makanan tradisional Jawa seperti penyon dan ledre. Namanya memang terdengar lucu, namun sekali mencoba, dijamin ketagihan. Ya, makanan-makanan itu ada di Kampung Wisata Baluarti di Kota Solo. Kampung Baluarti bagai surga kuliner yang menyuguhkan banyak makanan tradisional yang lezat dan nikmat. Ledre adalah makanan tradisional yang terbuat dari ketan. Jika ledre biasanya manis, di Kampung Baluarti, ledre memiliki cita rasa yang gurih. Di sini, warga menambahkan beberapa bahan seperti telur serta parutan kelapa. Segigit ledre ini dapat membawa kembali memori jajanan sewaktu kecil. Lain ledre, lain pula ampiang. Di Baluarti, ada makanan ampiang jahe. Selain manis gula Jawa dan gurih kacang, ada rasa pedas dan segar dari bahan empon-empon jahe. Sudah makan ledre dan ampiang kan? Pasti haus. Nah, di Baluarti juga ada minuman jamu yang sudah melegenda. Jamu Putri Solo sudah ada sejak 1984 dan eksis hingga sekarang. Bila kalian ke Baluarti, coba cicipi beras kencur, gula asam, dan kunir asam. Dijamin nikmat dan menyehatkan. Kudapan sudah, minuman juga sudah. Kini kita cicipi makanan utama bernama jenang suran. Jenang suran di Baluarti ini pertama kali dibuat oleh Kanjeng Ratu Pakubuwono ke-11 atau Ibunda Raja Pakubuwono ke-12. Di Keraton Surakarta, jenang suran kini hanya dihidangkan di waktu-waktu tertentu, seperti 10 hari setelah kirap pusaka malam 1 suro. Namun, bila kalian penasaran, ibu-ibu kampung Baluarti juga pandai memasak jenang suran. Soal rasa, jangan ditanya, jelas tidak ada duanya. Lalu ada makanan penyon. Hidangan raja ini terbuat dari ketan yang diisi daging dan diberi saus khas tersendiri. Penyon ibarat perpaduan antara gurih dan manis yang terasa sejak gigitan pertama. Selain nikmat, penyon juga punya nilai sejarah. Makanan ini merupakan makanan kesukaan Raja Surakarta, Pakubuwono ke-9. Nah, lengkap kan daftar keplaila di Kampung Wisata Baluarti? Jadi, gimana? Masih mau berpikir 2 kali untuk datang ke Baluarti? Yuk ke Baluarti! Saat sang surya kembali ke peraduan, malam tiba dengan sejuta pesona di Baluarti. Ya, Baluarti menyajikan suasana malam yang sungguh mempesona. Kita dapat menikmati keindahan keraton, menemukan surga kuliner, dan larut di kehidupan alun-alun kidul. Alun-alun kidul Keraton Surakarta masuk kawasan Baluarti. Terdapat aneka hiburan yang cocok dinikmati baik sendiri, bersama pasangan, maupun keluarga dan sanak saudara. Alun-alun kidul di kawasan Baluarti ini juga menyajikan aneka kudapan tradisional khas kota Solo. Ada angkringan, sate kere, wedang ronde, bakso bakar, dan masih banyak lainnya yang tentu saja menggugah selera. Masuk ke perkampungan Baluarti, seolah kehidupan tak pernah mati, sekalipun di malam hari. Kalian akan menemukan wedangan ala kafe yang menyuguhkan kehangatan. Di sana, lampu temaram jingga berpadu elok dengan sajian wedang jahe anget dan jadah bakar. Tak hanya itu, ada pula kudapan khas kota Solo lainnya, seperti nasi kucing, sosis Solo, dan jadah blondo. Sekali menjajal, dijamin ketagihan. Ada banyak wedangan yang dapat menjadi tujuan, di antaranya wedangan jaron beteng dan wedangan dekapitan. Ah, bagaimana bisa mendustakan kenikmatan yang disuguhkan Baluarti.
Untuk kehidupan sosial di masyarakat Baluarti ini sangat bagus, sangat mencerminkan suatu kerukunan yang dimana tidak menghilangkan adat istiadatnya, berinteraksi dengan masyarakatnya, ini selalu terjalin dengan baik. Kalau kita bicara sisi ekonomi, sebenarnya potensi pergerakan ekonomi yang ada di Baluarti ini cukup padat sebenarnya. Untuk dalam kepengerangan khususnya sebenarnya sudah ada. Yang dalam ini sebenarnya bisa digunakan untuk dinner, bisa digunakan untuk gedung pertemuan, dan bisa digunakan untuk tempat-tempat penginapan, di mana orang-orang yang menginap atau melakukan kegiatan di tempat tersebut bisa merasakan seperti zaman dulu. Dari sisi budaya, banyak sekali sanggar-sanggar yang ada di Baluarti ini, yang dimana adat budaya ini bersumber dari Keraton Surakarta. Jadi mereka mengembangkan budaya, tapi tidak menghilangkan arti dan sisi budayanya. Kalau di Baluarti ini memang dulu Kampung Gontorasan. Kampung Gontorasan ini dulu adalah tempat untuk menyiapkan makanan raja. Sampai sekarang pun warga di sekitar itu juga masih menyiapkan makanan-makanan yang dimana ini kesukaan raja. Jadi makanan raja ini tidak keluar selain upacara adatnya keraton. Nah, potensi-potensi seperti ini kalau menurut saya lebih diperhatikan, lebih dikembangkan supaya bisa menjadi daya tarik wisata ke Kampung Baluarti.
Hai Sobat Wisata, setelah beberapa bulan diwajibkan stay at home, sekarang destinasi wisata di Kota Surakarta sudah kembali buka. Tentunya dengan menerapkan protokol kesehatan. Seperti yang ada di belakang Outfit nih, Museum Radia Pustaka. Yuk, ikuti Outfit!
Jangan kapok menjelajah pustaka, kita buka dari Selasa pada jam 9.
Terima kasih. Sobat wisata, keren banget kan koleksi di dalam Museum Radia Pustaka. Tahu nggak sih dulunya Museum Radia Pustaka didirikan tanggal 28 Oktober 1890 di lokasi yang lama dalam Kepatihan. Kemudian berpindah ke tempatnya sekarang di Loji Kadimolo tanggal 1 Januari 1913. Keren banget kan? Jadi untuk semuanya Sobat Wisata, ayo main ke Solo. Udah aman kok. Jangan lupa pakai maskernya dan jaga kesehatan. Terima kasih Pak.
You are the reason for us to be waiting, to relieve the sense of longing. Reuniting with the familiar warmth and convenient feeling, reminiscing the past and embracing the future. The air of closeness and delight of culinary taste have always been waiting for you. We ensure you feel the atmosphere leisurely while releasing back our memory. Tradition, we will keep upholding everlastingly, that it is always inherited entirely. Tracing along the heritage of culture, esteemized by beauty and allure. Diving the charm of history, tradition, and breathtaking performance. Also their friendliness that have been waiting for you in Guinness. Momentarily admiring our legacy and enjoying the hospitality of Solo Berseri. We realize your eagerness to convene. It's the reason we wait, as we've always been. Let us reunite. Come to Solo.
Tak pernah tidur hingga ku tak rasa sepi. Sederhanamu buatku jatuh hati. Selalu ingin pulang ke Solo.
Hai Sobat Wisata, rindu Solo ya? Pastinya, destinasi di kota Solo sudah dibuka loh, tentunya dengan menerapkan protokol kesehatan. Jadi, buat Sobat Wisata, jangan khawatir untuk datang ke Solo. Saat ini, Gracia sedang berada di Museum Batik dan Arhadi Kota Solo. Ingin tahu koleksi yang ada di dalamnya? Yuk, ikuti aku! Pada tahun 2000 oleh Ibu Megawati Soekarno Putri, dan di museum ini sudah diakui oleh MURI karena terdapat lebih dari 10.000 motif kain batik.
Jadi sesuai tema yang kami terapkan di dalam memajang koleksi, batik pengaruh zaman dan lingkungan, maka batik yang ada di sini itu berbagai macam periode. Misalnya tadi Mbak Gracia sudah melihat batik keraton dari Jogja ataupun Solo. Kemudian ruangan selanjutnya nanti ada batik pengaruh Belanda, yaitu pada saat penjajahan Belanda itu noni-noni Belandanya yang ada di Indonesia itu membuat batik. Kemudian juga ada zaman penjajahan Jepang. Lalu juga ada batik Indonesia yang idenya berasal dari Bung Karno dan orang yang diserai tugas untuk merepresentasikan dalam karyanya adalah KPH Harjo Nagono, Kiai Solo. Jadi batik itu berbagai macam periodisasi dan di sini tentu saja berdasarkan tema batik pengaruh zaman dan lingkungan. Ini jumlahnya nanti yang akan Mbak Gracia lihat itu kurang lebih 1.253 koleksi dari 10.000 yang dipunyai Pak Santoso. Jadi Solo itu punya museum pribadi yang mungkin terbesar ya di Indonesia karena pribadi ya, bukan milik pemerintah.
Yang jadi koleksi unggulan di museum ini yang mana?
Yang jadi koleksi unggulan tentu saja selain batik keraton, karena museum ini kan di Solo ya. Berarti kan juga harus mengedepankan batik yang berasal dari Solo, batik keraton Kasunanan ataupun Mangkunagaran yang punya arti filosofi. Karena kalau batik keraton itu tidak sekedar dipakai boleh di acara A, B, C, tapi ada aturannya siapa yang pakai, motifnya apa dan lain sebagainya. Selain batik keraton, itu ada batik pengaruh Eropa, batik Belanda tadi yang didapat Pak Santoso mengikuti lelang di luar negeri. Itu batiknya berasal dari tahun 1800 sekian. Berarti kan sudah 100 tahun yang lebih ya. Nah itu koleksi unggulan kita. Gitu Pak.
Supaya makin cinta sama kain batik.
Nah, itu tidak hanya menjadi gimana generasi milenial supaya mencintai kain batik, tetapi generasi terdahulu juga harus ada usaha agar generasi milenialnya mau mencintai batik. Jadi harus saling. Saya kurang setuju misalnya yang ditekan yang generasi milenial, ayo menyukai batik. Caranya memperkenalkan zaman sekarang harus berbeda. Antara lain misalnya bisa dikembangkan fashion karena itu lebih fleksibel. Tapi yang penting si generasi milenial itu juga harus tahu dulu misalnya ini namanya pola apa. Tapi cara pengenalannya dengan sosial media yang begitu rupa untuk mengekspresikan apa yang didapat ke dalam karya-karya mereka. Entah itu karya berupa musik, entah itu karya berupa mural. Tetapi yang penting diberi batasan, misalnya kalau orang itu hanya dipakai aja. Jadi jangan digunakan untuk sosmed misalnya gitu ya, tidak menghormati, digunakan untuk karya apa, karya tempat isu atau spread untuk makan dan lain sebagainya. Jadi memang karena dunianya ini sudah berubah, maka harus menggunakan hati. Nah untuk museum sendiri, ada tulis generasi muda, karena museum gitu saja sudah membuat mereka lari tergilir-gilir, ya museum, mesti kuno, pemandangan tanah. Itu juga harus dikemas sedikitnya lupa sehingga lebih menarik. Sekarang dengan adanya pandemi, misalnya dengan juga virtual
Sudah menjelaskan bagaimana pola batik, filosofi dan klasik, edukatif dan keren tentunya museum ini. Jadi buat sobat wisata kalau mau berkunjung di Kota Solo wajib datang ke Museum Batik Jalan Haji Solo. Ayo wisata ke Solo, Solo aman, nyaman untuk dikunjungi. Tak ada nih yo.
Sekarang waktunya Anda berkunjung ke Kota Solo. Segala fasilitas pariwisata dan utilitas publik telah memenuhi standar protokol kesehatan COVID-19 yang menjamin Anda aman dan nyaman selama berkunjung ke Kota Solo. Kami memiliki lebih dari 7.200 kamar yang tersedia di 165 hotel yang memiliki nuansa dan keunikan masing-masing, termasuk fasilitas MICE yang akan memanjakan selama Anda tinggal di Kota Solo. Ruang-ruang publik di seantero Kota Solo siap untuk memanjakan keinginan Anda untuk menikmati Kota Solo yang tak lekang oleh waktu, baik pagi, siang, sore, petang maupun malam hari. Di setiap sudut Kota Solo menawarkan nuansa yang berbeda yang pasti akan memuaskan Anda, apalagi Anda ingin memanjakan lidah Anda dengan berbagai aneka kuliner dengan rasa yang luar biasa, dan itu akan menjadikan Anda berkunjung dengan mat-matan di Kota Solo. Mau ke Kota Solo? Mudah kok. Bisa naik pesawat terbang, bisa naik kereta api, bisa pakai bis, atau pakai kendaraan pribadi, bisa lewat jalan tol maupun jalan
dan masa depan baru selesai dibangun. Selamat datang di Kota Solo.
Sekarang aku berada di Kampung Wisata Baluarti, Solo. Mau tahu apa aja yang ada di sini? Yuk, ikutin Saskia. Baluarti merupakan kampung wisata yang mengedepankan unsur budaya serta edukasi.
Ini namanya adalah tempat wisata untuk umum. Sekarang ya namanya ini adalah Dalam Projo Bangasan. Tempat ini dulu tempat tinggal seorang kerabat raja namanya Raden Nabi Projo Bangaso. Beliau mempunyai kedudukan kepala sekurit keraton pada waktu itu. Nah, berhubung ini sekarang digunakan untuk wisata religi, wisata budaya sejarah, yang masuk sini syaratnya hati harus suci, pikiran jernih, ucapan harus hati-hati.
Karena letaknya yang berada di kawasan Keraton Surakarta Hadiningrat, maka Kampung Baluarti sangat kental dengan budaya Jawa dan bangunan bersejarah. Serta kearifan lokal masyarakat menjadi nilai tambah tersendiri saat saya berkunjung di sini. Banyak pengalaman yang saya dapatkan saat berkunjung di Kampung Wisata Baluarti, seperti merangkai janur, menari tarian tradisional, meracik minuman tradisional, meniru batik, serta kegiatan lainnya yang menjadikan saya lupa waktu dengan kenyamanan yang saya rasakan di sini. Setelah asik jalan-jalan, tujuan terakhir saya adalah kuliner wedangan yang berada di dalam Reorienting, Kampung Baluarti.
Seru kan jalan-jalan Saskia di Kampung Wisata Baluarti? Buat teman-teman yang ingin merasakan keseruan seperti Saskia, datang ke Solo, tak enteng ya.
Kota Solo menyediakan berbagai destinasi wisata, antara lain Kampung Batik, yaitu Kampung Batik Laweyan dan Kampung Batik Kauman. Kampung Batik Lawean. Di sana Anda akan menemukan berbagai bangunan yang kuno dan cagar budaya, di mana nuansa kehidupan para saudagar Lawean masih terasa di sana. Juga Kampung Batik Kauman yang berada di sekitar wilayah Masjid Agung Kota Solo, yang terasa nuansa religius tetapi sangat marak dengan nuansa perdagangannya, mengingatkan Kota Solo pernah menjadi pusat industri batik Indonesia di pertengahan abad ke-19. Destinasi selanjutnya, Kampung Wisata Baluarti yang melingkupi Kompleks Keraton Kasunanan Surakarta, di mana merupakan titik awal dari berdirinya Kota Solo. Di Kampung Baluarti juga terdapat makam Ki Gede Solo yang merupakan cikal bakal berdirinya Kota Solo. Di Kampung Wisata Baluarti, Anda akan disuguhi berbagai nuansa budaya dan historis asli Jawa khas Kota Solo yang akan membawa Anda seolah-olah Anda di Kota Solo masa lalu. Selanjutnya, Kampung Wisata Kreatif Joho. Kampung kecil, indah, segar, unik, di mana Anda bisa menikmati berbagai kreativitas masyarakat yang dituangkan di sudut-sudut Kampung Joho. Kota Solo juga punya kampung wisata iklim, yaitu Kampung Emplak. Di sana masyarakat merespon isu perubahan iklim dengan menanam berbagai tanaman di seantero kampung, di mana Anda dapat menikmati kenyamanan, kehijauan, kesegaran suasana kampung iklim Emplak. Ada lagi Kampung Wisata Kemelayan yang dahulu menjadi pusat produksi gamelan. Di Kampung Kemelayan, Anda akan menikmati berbagai macam mural yang tersebar di Kampung Kemelayan yang akan menjadikan malam Anda di Kota Solo lebih nikmat dan lebih nyaman.
Berkunjung ke Kota Solo adalah menikmati Solo masa lalu, Solo masa kini, dan Solo masa depan. Jadi yakinlah berkunjung ke Kota Solo adalah pilihan yang tepat. Saya tunggu kehadiran Anda. Pakai masker, jaga jarak, cuci tangan, memakai sabun dan air mengalir. Solo masa kini, Solo masa lalu.
Halo sobat wisata semuanya, senang banget rasanya bisa berkunjung ke Kota Solo. Dan saat ini Dinda baru aja di Taman Balai Kambang Solo. Dan pastinya di sini sudah semua menggunakan protokol kesehatan yang aman dan nyaman. Yuk, mending kita langsung jalan-jalan bareng aku. Taman Balai Kambang merupakan salah satu hutan kota yang ada di Kota Solo. Di sini, teman-teman juga bisa menikmati pertunjukan hiburan seni seperti ketoprak Balai Kambang dan juga segala tari Ramayana. Nah, buat teman-teman yang pengen berwisata di Kota Solo dengan nuansa budaya dan sejarah, teman-teman bisa langsung datang ke Pura Mangkunegaran, Museum Batik dan Hadi, Museum Radia Pustaka, dan Museum Keris Nusantara. Atau jalan-jalan sambil melihat bangunan kuno, teman-teman bisa langsung datang ke Pasar Gede, Pasar Klewer, Kampung Batik Lawean, dan Kampung Batik Kauman. Teman-teman bisa datang ke Juruk Solo Zoo untuk melihat berbagai macam aneka satwa yang ada di sana. Dan malam harinya bisa langsung datang ke Sri Widari untuk nonton wayang orang. Dan yang pasti kuliner Kota Solo siap buat manjain lidah kalian semua.
Jadi jangan lupa main ke Solo ya, karena Solo siap menyambut kalian semua. Tak tunggu, dadah!
Surakarta, atau dikenal juga dengan kota Solo, adalah salah satu kota yang unik dan sayang untuk dilewatkan. Mengapa? Karena dengan memasuki kota Solo, Anda telah masuk ke kota yang kaya dengan wisata sejarah dan budayanya. Wisata di kota Solo dan sekitarnya layak untuk dicoba. Salah satu tempat kebanggaan kota Solo adalah yang sekarang ini saya singgahi, Taman Balai Kambang. Tidak sulit menemukan taman ini, karena lokasinya tak jauh dari pusat kota, yaitu di Jalan Balai Kambang, nomor 1, Kelurahan Manahan, Kecamatan Banjarsari, Solo. Atau tepatnya, berada di utara Stadion Manahan. Sejak adanya wabah COVID-19, memasuki Taman Balai Kambang, kita diwajibkan untuk mematuhi protokol kesehatan, seperti mencuci tangan sebelum masuk kawasan Taman Balai Kambang, melakukan pengecekan suhu, menggunakan masker, dan tidak lupa selalu menjaga jarak. Taman Balai Kambang dibangun oleh Kanjeng Gusti Pangeran Adipati Aryo Mangkunegara keempat pada 26 Oktober 1921. Pembangunan taman ini sebagai hadiah untuk kedua putrinya, yaitu Gusti Raden Ayu Partini Husen Jaya Diningrat dan Gusti Raden Ayu Partina Sukanta. Dahulu, taman ini digunakan sebagai tempat bersantai para keluarga dan kerabat Puro Mangkunegaran. Kemudian, mulai dibuka untuk masyarakat umum pada era kepemimpinan Gusti Pangeran Adipati Aryo Mangkunegara ke-8. Taman ini dibagi menjadi dua area, yaitu Partini Twin dan Partina Bos. Di area Partini Twin dimanfaatkan sebagai kolam penampung air luapan dari wilayah sekitar. Sedangkan area Partina Bos dimanfaatkan sebagai hutan kota dan berfungsi sebagai resapan air. Tak hanya itu, di taman ini Anda juga bisa mengajak teman dan keluarga bermain dengan beberapa hewan seperti angsa, rusa, kalkun, merak, ular, dan iguana. Nah, di depan saya merupakan gedung kesenian Taman Balai Kambang. Difungsikan pula sebagai gedung administrasi Unit Pelaksana Teknis Balai Kambang. Setiap akhir pekan, gedung ini dimanfaatkan untuk menampilkan kesenian wayang orang atau dikenal juga dengan ketoprak. Sedangkan sendra tari Ramayana biasanya menggunakan open stage atau panggung terbuka Balai Kambang untuk penampilannya. Taman Balai Kambang kini sudah lebih tertata dengan rapi dan cantik. Mari manfaatkan ruang terbuka hijau di Surakarta ini dengan menikmati keindahan alam dan sajian budaya di Taman Balai Kambang.
Tahta indah terukir prasasti, tata krama terlukis abadi. Di tanah ini kita terlahir, langit memanggilnya tanah Nusantara. Langit memanggilnya tanah Nusantara.
Once upon a time, there was a princess who lived in a beautiful land, which everything in it lived peacefully. She spent all her time in the depth of a forest with her 8 little friends. There was a hidden secret place, so magical and dangerous at the same time. This is the story where the culture had start. And now, let me take you on a journey. So welcome to Wonderland, Indonesia, the sacred Nusantara.